A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal ever seen. His eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of his ox-sized body was...
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen.
Ox-size.
Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames.
Yeah.
Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. Look well, Wilson, Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles.
I wonder what's the secret behind. Like, if it's the same as the speckled band. Like, oh, it turns out to be a giant snake. Like an adder, like a European viper. It turns out to be a toy. So now I wonder what's this real hound is going to be. Like, what was the inspiration to make it look like, oh, it was actually a giant beast. So, yeah, I'm having a little drink. Bacardi Mojito. This is my final drink of the summer. And, yeah, I enjoyed Mojito very much during the summer, but the Bacardi Mojito brand is, like, the most mintiest flavored of the alcoholic drink I ever had, and I liked it very much. Alright, so, right now, Ryunosuke. Well, I assume it's Ryunosuke because there are no names, but I believe this is the narrator. So, our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting and courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soski-san's terrible ordeal that followed close behind, we have emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which were hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th of April, 9:13 a.m., Naruhodo's legal consultancy. So as soon as he opened shop, he had no customers whatsoever because he was just an amateur in Japanese. Oh, that's sad. There's a knock on the door. Yeah. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes? Oh, is it time to leave for court already? Let me see, what case is it today? Oh, I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sherm's suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? Yeah, there's a little fixation on Japanese. They say that Londoners, like British people, makes the best breakfast in the world. Like Western style breakfast. I'm talking like eggs and bacon and ham and beans and toast. Like, they dig that a lot. And once our bellies are full, we can't leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see, what case is it today? Here we go again. Converse. The telegram. So what was it about? The telegram was delivered this morning, I mean.
Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about.
Dot dot dot. Susato-san dot dot dot. Oh, she picked it up. Oh, so she know we're up to, she's up to something. So sorry, but you're not going to get away with that.
Well, I didn't think I would.
Susato dot dot dot.
Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram.
So it's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. Dot dot dot.
I promised that I'd tell you about it at some point.
Alright, I understand. Sosuke-san? I suppose Sosuke-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he?
Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away.
A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness? But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Yunosuke dot dot dot.
Is something wrong now, Hoda-san?
Oh, I was just wondering what might have become of Sosuke-san had he stayed in London, that's all.
You mean as regards to Lord Van Zeek, the Reaper?
Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into significance in that case. The Reaper. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Now we see a scene of the omnibus in fire inside of the court with the judge and Van Zeek looking... Judge with terror, but Van Zeek with neutrality. Like the way that nightmare straw ended on the very day we arrived in London.
Even to Manson, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery.
Yes, but at least Sosuke-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably not made.
But the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps?
Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding.
If the legends of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself.
Come to think of it, I wonder what he's up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants.
No, I don't think so. Apparently Lord Van Zeek hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter.
Oh!
Yes, since Sosuke-san's trial. He's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems.
Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials then. Oh, just my luck. Susato dot dot dot.
I wonder if luck doesn't come into it.
Sorry? What was that?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Okay, so can we examine the room? Yes, we can. Let's see, can we check? There's a shovel. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place.
Oh, that's not a spade, Naruto-san. It's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it. It's spring at last, and the weather is warmer now. Well, I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle.
Oh, Would you like some tea, Naruto-san?
Thank you, Susato-san, but I'm alright for now. With the green tea Susato-san makes me from time to time in Iris's unique herbal infusion, this place is paradise for a true tea lover.
Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think?
Okay, let's see what else you have. You have the desk, piles of books. We've been in here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already.
You could tidy up once in a while.
Susato-san, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can devote to the same cause.
And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework.
Rinosuke ... Oh, she wins, but I'm supposed to be the lawyer here. Oh, what's this? Ah, the Dharma. Ah, the Dharma doll I brought with me from home. Still with only one eye colored in. Oh, I said I'd color the other eye once I won my first court case here in Britain, but...
But you have won, haven't you? Twice, in fact.
Because I feel as though I'm still lacking as a lawyer. Tell you what, why don't you color the other eye and once you think I'm a proper, fully fledged lawyer?
If you insist.
Okay, so this is the tea set to make green tea. So this is the tea set that Susato-san brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Oh! He drinks his green tea with milk and sugar?
Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruto-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know. I don't like to see you screw up your face so.
Okay, there's a chair. So, what's this? Oh, this must be the telegram. Wait, it is? Oh, I didn't scroll to the right. So, there was probably a telegram on that desk, but I couldn't see it. There was just like part of the desk that triggered. So, this must be the telegram. Let's say.
Ah! No! You mustn't look at that! Not under any circumstance!
Oh, alright, I won't.
I'm sorry, Naruto-san, but you can be very mischievous at times.
Then put the telegram away if you don't want people looking at it. Ah, there it is. The blue piece of paper. There's a blue there's a blue piece of paper on the desk. This must be, this is Susato-san's desk. You see, the bookcase is tidied and the books are lined up correctly. And here we have Naruto with books piled up against each other, not on a bookcase. Pieces of paper, some of them are scrunched into a bowl with ink and pen here. More sheets of paper lying around, another sheet of paper on the floor. 4 more sheets of paper on the other side of the chair, and one of them is bending on the side of the table, on the edge of the table, making a wrinkle. So let's check the door or downstairs. No, downstairs we cannot. So, oh, what's this? We were rather lucky to find that old aquarium left behind here. Oh, the aquarium was triggerable. Okay. The prawns we put in there are doing rather well, and the anemones too.
It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? The sea beyond glass inside your room. Another example of Great Britain's greatness.
Having to clean it up and change the water isn't so great though, is it? Now check the door. Do you know I've never seen inside your room there, Susato-san? Oh, that's Susato's room. I didn't know. I've never even peeped inside.
I should think so, too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know.
Whatever you say, young maiden. So, nothing to examine? So, do I need to move? Yeah, Sholmes' suite. The home and office of the world-famous great detective and his own young companion Iris. It seems people from all over the globe come to engage his consulting detective services. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. 15th of April, Sholmes' suite.
Morning, Rudolph! Morning, Susie!
Good morning, Iris. Oh, let me guess. This is Sholmes playing the violin. Is he working on the case? Trying to figure out the tune, but he's missing some of the notes. It's like he barely started playing the violin. I think I see, now I think I understand better why Sherlock Holmes always comes to the wrong conclusion. Like, he sucks at the violin. If he was good at the violin, he could work his brain at 100% better. But since he sucks at the violin, he sucks at deducing as well. So he's only at 50. This is 50% capacity Sherlock. God, he's awful. There's nothing in the world like somebody who is bad at violin but force himself to it still.
Oh, good morning, Iris.
Iris?
What is it, Renaud?
Oh, what is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled.
Oh, yes, so you noticed that, did you? Hurley is in the best form this morning, it seems.
Oh! Oh shit, looks, he looks down. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes?
Good morning. Good morning. Sholmes ... Good morning to Doy, perhaps. Something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before... My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. I don't deserve to be there. I'm gonna kill myself.
I can't.
There you go. Ah, it felt hot in the apartment, so I have to. I thought it was cold this morning, so I decided to turn out the heat a little bit, but now it's got too hot, so I'm like turning it back off. Usually I don't start the heat this early in the season. Usually I start at October, but now it's like, no, it's too hot. Damn this Blanche existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much to ask. If it's not too much trouble. Oh, a cat. Oh, it's the Mickey. They have a trap door. Oh, look, it's Wagahai. Wagahai? Oh, wait, is that Soski's cat? He has a little ribbon.
Oh, it's so cute. Good morning, boy.
Hello, Wagahai. Wagahai. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there?
Well then, everyone, time for breakfast! Oh, wonderful! Let me help you, Iris.
It would indeed be a fine day to die. Oh, I knew something looked different. Oh shit, the computer's gone! Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. His analytical machine is gone. Like, his office is clean. All there's left is one sherry cup. Like, it's a wine. It's not a wine glass. It's a alcohol glass with some juice in it. So, but I don't know if it's for cherry or Porto or like a strong alcohol. That's for sure. Okay, let's examine. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. Isn't that enormous machine you usually own it?
We can never hope to understand what goes on the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we're invited, we may find he's vacated the entire suite.
Well, that's scarily plausible, actually. Here's the lab. This is the archives, but I don't think it's new. Let's talk to Iris and take the breakfast. Waga hi. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled in to his new home then.
Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy.
It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures, their mews as empty as the hearts of the muses. Oh, now she's holding the cat.
If Mr. Natsume has no intentions of taking Waggy back into Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
Well, I expect he would have taken him if he could, but no pets are allowed. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamship, in our experience.
And for good reason! Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable.
Yeah, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Did Iris build it?
Oh, you noticed? You're observant, Runa. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention.
Looks like a gun that can... There is some sort of steampunk siphon. Like, it sticks on the door, you press a button and he cuts a square-shaped hole on whatever it's sucking onto. Because there are pumps to take the air out of the area.
It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper-mat.
Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats?
That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy and Sickens. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. Wouldn't it have been quicker to just make the cat flap rather than making the machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe. But now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris.
She really knows how to come up with unconventional invention, this girl. Okay, so that was the thing with her. Wait, is that all? Okay, let's take the tea. It looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy, with an unequally sturdy lock.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous.
How did you come to that conclusion? Okay. Oh, we can go right as well. Oh, we've never been there before. So this is a tree-pan area. No, I think we were. Yeah, this is the typewriter. We never explored that. So this is the tea set. Oris's beautiful tea set is there on the table as usual. A cup of one of her special herb blend always helps me to relax when I'm feeling the strain.
The English pastime of tea has many similarities with our own tea ceremony custom, don't you think? It's the idea of hospitality behind it. That's the essence of tea.
Okay, let's see this. This is where Iris notes down the idea, isn't it? Let's see, what does it say today? Ah, the Buscombe Valley Mystery.
Oh, how intriguing! It must be the title of Iris's latest work. Oh my, I wonder what fantastic tales awaits us.
Suzato-san looks like an angel, but I bet she's dreaming of the most unsavory crime you could imagine. This is a Napoleon head, presumably where Sherlock Holmes hides his stash money. There are all mementos of Mr. Sholmes' past cases, I think. If he'd be involved in my case, I wonder if the beefsteak from Le Carnaval will be on display here.
A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing man, a bust of Napoleon. Ah, what an entrancing collection!
Looks like an untidy assortment of junk to me, rather like what's on my own shelves.
Well, you really ought to learn to keep your things in order, Mr. Naruhodo.
No favoritism here there at all. So this looks like a spice rack. But that's a charming little white shelves and full of charming little bottles too. But the contents of them aren't quite so charming, it seems.
Science is the future, Mr. Naruhodo. You can't deny it. I'm saving my money so I can buy some chemistry apparatus as well.
Law, chemistry, takedown throws, what diverse skills you boast, Miss Suzato.
As useful as they are, I'm not sure that my throwing skills are worthy of inclusion in that list.
Oh, sorry. I just remembered I put a bottle of water on the freezer to cool it down for my drinks, and I need to take it off right now, so be right back. Yeah, I left it a bit too long. It's not completely frozen. But yeah, the water expanded a bit. On the account of the formation of the ice. Yeah, some ice managed to form on the cap. Okay, this is so I guess what's left is the typewriter. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Iris doing much writing recently, but there's papers already set up in the typewriter. Look, as if she's about to start.
That reminds me, when I mentioned that Iris was in the process of writing a full-fledged novel, Mr. Natsume was most impressed.
Oh yes, Mr. Natsume.
That's what I'll be doing too. And once I'm back in Japan, he said through tightly clenched fists and teeth.
So I guess that's it. There's the foyer. The fire is burning comfortably in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow.
Oh, look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be... Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting.
Is that supposed to mean something to me? The woman? I got a trophy for that? A silver trophy? For examining the fireplace in Mr. Shomsuite's walls with Susato in episode 5. Can we... No. We're supposed to present something? Got nothing. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
Oh, it's such a charmingly untidy collection of paraphernalia, isn't it?
Well, it just looks so messy to me, like my desk.
But you, Mr. Naruto, must learn to tidy up after yourself.
No favoritism here, Dan. Okay. So now that we're done exploring, can we talk? Ah! Okay, so we need to converse again to Sherlock. So now we have wanting to die. Oh, you seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? Sholmes ... It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melissonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
For hours I have bowed, for days even, through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, it's lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotions.
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Don't worry. Well, don't worry, I'm sure it will come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next, they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Ah, why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left, for pity's sake? What is left? Ryusuke ... Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? The missing machine.
Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... your desk looks rather empty today.
Ah, well done, Mr. Zato. Your observational skill do you credit.
Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours.
You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
You made Hurley's great analytoscope. That's at Windybanks now.
Sorry? It's at a windy bank?
No, Windybanks, the pawnbrokery.
Oh, shit, really? He pawned his analytoscope. Pawn? What? You mean you pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly.
But Suzanne, isn't this a very important machine for your work? I do wish you'd consult us if your situation has become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you.
Dear madam, things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker had your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate?
Making use of a pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. I would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works.
Oh!
Oh, what's to understand exactly? How pawnbroking works. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks.
Banks?
On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week.
And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us.
I need to reread again. Yeah? Okay.
Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise.
Oh, how ingenious! So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windybanks, you see.
A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain?
Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
Sholmes ... What does it matter? The world is dead to me now!
Oh, what was that?
Wagahai? Clatter, clatter, screech. Whoa, what's the cat fighting? Suzato ... What was that?
Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin!
How? Did you give it a hug and then the cat fell in between the strings and the casing and now it's trapped?
I think he thinks it's a toy.
No! What's he doing to it?
Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin!
Why should I care? It's a Stradivarius, you dummy! What? I shouldn't be surprised if the cat is a more accomplished musician than me.
Mr. Sholmes really isn't a poor spirit, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley?
Out of the cat's reach if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Yeah, where was the violin last time we saw it? Oh, there it is. Oh! The cat broke a cord. So, this is the violin, is it? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened to find it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down an nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings? Wow! You lucky asshole, you should take care of it better. Oh shit, I just realized the paint on the side of the edges of the violin is off, and there's a big oh my god, there's a big scratch from next to there's a big oh my god, it's like the case is broken. Like there's a big scratch from where the hole of the violin is to where you put your chin. Oh shit. Destroyed! The violin is destroyed. How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. Yes, guys, we all know. Well, not that it's not true, but there are some composers that Sherlock Holmes is fond of, and one of his favorite violin composers is Paganini. I forgot who was the other one. I think he was a German or something. I forgot. But, yeah. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blank existence? No! There is none! ... Susato?
Mr. Sholmes?
What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine.
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
Hmm? What do you mean, Miss Susato?
Oh, Sis is right! Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before.
Oh, so the cat didn't make that? Oh shit, that's not Sherlock's violin at all. That's why it sounds shitty. Oh. Okay, we have a case. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? Zato shaking his book. ...
I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all.
Then what?
I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola.
What? And then he fell on the floor.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes, are you alright?
You're right! You're quite right! This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of string flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then.
Ah, I see what must have happened.
You do, Horace?
This is just a simple mix-up. It
sounds like Horace might be able to tell exactly what happened if we ask her. Oh shit, you know what? Don't tell me Sherlock pawned his violin and then buy it back and they gave him the wrong freaking thing. Because why would they talk of pawnbroking out of the blue if it wasn't involved with today's case? So I think this is it. Okay. So let's ask her again. She's here, and now she's gonna have another... There you go, mix-up. What did you mean by mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windybanks until last week.
At the pawnbrokers? Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. You know he's smoking the pipe. There is a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let the beloved child travel.
Ah, yes indeed!
So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth?
Oh, what a wonderful idea!
Last week I bought my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. Of course he did. Oh my god, you got fucked. But it would appears Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with the star drive fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw, fine state of affair this is. And why I always say, Mr. Naruto, never trust a pawnbroker, they will try to fiddle you every time.
But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault.
Come, Mr. Naruto, dilly-dallying would get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect, pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced?
We must visit Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Mr. Zato. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fresh your egg over more obtusely? Alright, say no more, let's go then.
Don't worry, Reno. I'll be happy to hit it up for you again later.
Oh, well, thank you, Iris. As it happened, I'm rather curious to see what a British pawnbrokers looks like. Okay, so let's move. Two new location has been added. Baker Street and Windybank's pawnbrokery. Pawnbroker shop on Baker Street. Mr. Sholmes is a regular, it seems. Okay, let's go to Baker Street. Oh, there's nothing there. Can we examine shit up? It's right next. Okay, so you have jewelers, pawnbrokers. It's okay. So this is 223. So yeah. So the pawnbroker is really So this is 221B. 221A must be on top. So the pawnbroker is at 225 Baker Street. Like, this door is closed. So let's explore everything on our way to the pawnbroker. It's already been 2 months since we started talking lodgings here above Mr. Sholmes' office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. So it's a corner house from Baker Street and something else.
Oh, I know! To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll be happy to defend you, of course. There's nothing here basically besides the pawn shop. Look at all the different things at the window of this shop.
Ah, that's Windibank's, the pawnbrokery.
Looks much smaller than the pawnbrokers in Japan, doesn't it? Smarter? Does it mean smaller?
Yes, you're right. I find pawn shop at home rather inapproachable, personally.
It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable.
What doesn't kill us make us stronger, Mr. Naruto?
Yeah, I don't think that saying still applies in today's world, because a lot of people say that no, what doesn't kill us gives us trauma, and trauma doesn't make you stronger. It kind of does, but it doesn't work for everybody, you know? You kind of find a resolve, but at the end you're stuck with trauma. That in the long run, it can bite you. So, yeah, that's all there is to it. So let's move inside Windibank's pawnbrokery. Okay, so April 15th, Windibank's pawnbrokery. We have a lot of hats in display, a lot of clothing, some shoes, there is a lot of there's a big grandfather clocks. The wall is covered with clocks, and there's some dolls, different kind of cacti, it looks like a book or a purse. I don't know what it is exactly. There's a bird cage. There are lanterns. There is some art sculptures, some candlesticks, some books, some silverware, some dishes, some china. And then we tilt to the left. Magazines. There on the desk of the pawnbroker. There's a oil lamp, a scale, a skull lying on a couple of large books. There's a giant pipe on the back. Looks, I don't know if it's a pipe or a blowhorn. I see more shovel next to the. So those are shovel. Or are they spades? They're for picking stuff up instead of for digging. So this is a British pawnbrokery.
Oh my! There are all sorts of tools and contraption in here that I've never laid eyes on before.
Ah, Susato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to score the shelves, can't you? Well, I get the impression you enjoy places like this.
Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me.
My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Yeah, he has his boxing stance, and he's shadow punching somebody. Like... Oh! This is Mr. Windibank. So he looks like Grossberg, but he has some sort of a Victorian haircut. That's his real hair, by the way. They're quite long. They're not very, very short, but they're like medium long. And the sideburns almost cover his bottom chops. And he has a big fuzzy mustache that covers his upper lip. And he has tiny round glasses sitting on his nose. Kind of like the judge of the Old Bailey. He's quite rotund. He's wearing some sort of wool sleeveless vest on top of The shirt looks medieval, judging from the sleeves, like very big, puffy sleeves, yellowish.
Ah, Mr. Schaub, sir, welcome back.
Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we're a potential customer after all. We're disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windybank of our ire. Come! The fight is afoot! Oh, he has a little red nose and a pocket watch with a golden chain. And he has a very big pink necktie. A bow tie, I mean. A bow necktie. Okay, let's converse. Violin. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from yours some days ago.
Yes.
This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The color of the wood is different. It had holes in it. It's not even the same size.
A wonderful summary of our observation, Mr. Sholmes.
Windybank ...
I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There is only one made to make amends.
And he's leaving. He's bringing his gun.
I'm gonna shoot myself. I shall have to take my own life.
Oh my god, he brought a revolver from this desk. And now he's about to commit suicide. Sholmes ... I don't think that will be necessary, do you?
If I may just say one thing before I pop off.
Yes?
It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe.
Sorry.
As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, here it is!
You did?
And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the violin and left, sir!
Sholmes ... And he's pondering.
However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me.
No. Stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. And then he falls on the ground. Windybank ...
Phew.
It would appear that the fight is over.
I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy.
Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Hillock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you?
I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose.
You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past.
Oh, peculiar items?
In the extreme, madam. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Sholmes, or some such.
Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? The stories I have yet to read, you mean?
Forgive me.
Wait, before you die! You must tell me more!
Unpublished story.
I must know more! Tell me everything!
Wow, Suzato-san is really fired up now.
Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought an old metal chest, you see.
I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windybank.
For a chest like that? What chance, sir?
Not a farthing more. It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript?
Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here.
And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom.
Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Sholmes ... Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life.
This is all very strange. Pawnbrokery. I wonder, could I ask you something?
Ah, a gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that sable suit, I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull.
Sorry?
Ah, but your splendid attire, ma'am. 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry as its finest, may I say.
Oh my! 5 guineas, you say? How interesting!
Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it says that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you described. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure storage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed, then?
That's right, ma'am. That's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belonging be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all.
The very idea, Mr. Windybank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Says the man who was telling us it was a good day to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take the measure to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineer a simple device, which Mr. Windybanks has installed here in this shop. I call it the Red-Headed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windybank? What was that deep sigh about? Red-Handed Recorder. What on earth is a red-headed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. What? I don't see it. Ah!
I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of time device.
Is that a camera? I don't see... Okay, so it's like, Okay, so this is like a steampunk video camera, surveillance camera. Like, it will trigger, a picture if somebody tried to steal something. Very astute! It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop.
Here, I have an example I can show you.
4 a.m. And it's in color. Ah, yes, a print for the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it could produce a crystal clear image even in darkness. We can see a doll, we see a frame, a picture frame of a dog. And we see another picture frame, I don't know what it is. It's a cat. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can clearly see the counter at the door behind it looks. Yeah, there's a red door behind a curtain. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed.
But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. But that's plenty of time for somebody to get in and out. Yeah, like he said, it's not like it's not like it's not a surveillance camera, but it will do.
Then what if the incidents were to occur in between times?
What can only say? That would be a cruel twist of fate.
I must confess, your devices have been giving me some cause of distress of late.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank? Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word.
It's the cause of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one, but 2 cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older.
Sholmes ... Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price.
Oh, heavens help us! Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin.
Yeah, so this is a red violin. This looks like a Stradivarius. The other looks like a cheap viola. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windybank.
Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items to try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this will be the only answer.
I really thought you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt.
Fear not.
Sorry.
I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed.
That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Windybank.
It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes.
He's still holding his gun while he's waving them goodbye.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last.
Yeah, we can examine the shop. So now that business is over, time for pleasure. What's this?
Look at this. Whatever could it be used for?
I have no idea.
Ah. There's a small catch just here. Look.
Rinsuke, we're going to open it, aren't we?
Oh my, that's amazing! It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism.
Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing?
What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all.
Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. I have no idea what you use it for. This is a calendar. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? Yeah, it's a gold frame. 15th of April, today's date.
Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out.
You use an instant-style page-a-day calendar.
Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date.
The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windybank. And who was it walked out there with the wrong violin before?
Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. What do you suppose this rather enormous machine does?
It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you're looking at is a stereoscope.
A stereoscope? Fascinating!
It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself.
Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me for a moment while I just have a look.
Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequences today.
Alright then, I'm going to try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once!
Alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Okay. Oh, it's a night. Hey! That's juror number 2 from the McGilded case. It's a picture in 2D. If you cross that eyes, it's gonna be a 3D picture. I think so. So she's not wearing her maid outfit, she's wearing her civilian clothing. And she's standing on the street. Oh, I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Okay, so this was because they were showing Sholmes, but I didn't read the word, the name, and it's still Ryunosuke talking. So it's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth, it's startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Okay.
Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic?
It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at the present, but we shall save this lesson for another day.
Oh! What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine.
Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn or colloquially pop an item... Allô, philanthropus? Oh my god! Un raid! On a un raid de 7 personnes. Comment allez-vous tout le monde? Comment allez-vous tout le monde? Je vais te donner un petit shout-out à Philanthropus. Comment ça va? Comment ça va? vous jouiez à Kev. C'est ça, là, je vous regardais un petit peu jouer avant que je préparais mon stream. Et ça avait l'air pas pire, là. Il y avait beaucoup plus de maps d'explorer comparé à tout à l'heure. Donc, pour ceux qui me connaissent pas, je m'appelle Damien le Mascador. Je viens d'avoir 42 ans ce vendredi, puis j'ai fait un stream spécial où je jouais au donjon de Nalbuck. La vidéo est encore disponible en vidéo sur demande. Sauf que j'ai pas ajusté le son, fait que j'ai pas fait de test de son quand j'ai commencé à jouer, fait que ça se peut que le son me couvre des fois, mais c'était quand même un jeu intéressant. C'était, imaginez Diablo, mais c'est un jeu stratégie à tour de rôle, comme turn-based, un peu comme les jeux de tactics. Et il contient des règles de Donjons et Dragons. Les commandes sont un petit peu difficiles, mais une fois qu'on se retrouve, c'est faisable. C'est un jeu quand même indépendant, fait que, tu sais, des fois quand tu passes d'un étage à l'autre, le temps de chargement pour un jeu PlayStation 4 est inacceptable, mais je me dis, check, c'est Pen of Chaos, et lui, il a pas l'habitude de faire des jeux vidéo, lui, il a l'habitude de faire des séries MP3, et c'est son premier jeu, et je suis content qu'il ait réussi à en faire un, même s'il est imparfait. Ben, merci beaucoup, Philanthropus, merci beaucoup. J'écoutais le Donjon de Nalbuck à l'époque, c'était les débuts. Ouais, c'était vraiment les débuts d'Internet. Puis c'est ça, si je me souviens bien, Pen of Chaos, c'était inspiré des capsules de 2 minutes du peuple, que quand dans le temps que François Pérusse jouait en France. Il était inspiré beaucoup par ça, puis lui il a décidé de faire des séries MP3 à style Donjon et Dragon, puis il a décidé de mettre ça par écrit, autant en bande dessinée qu'en roman, puis il a fini justement les histoires avec le donjon de Nalbuck. Tout le monde est genre niveau 5, ça a fini en grosse guerre, et tout le monde a pu rentrer chez lui. Et apparemment, il se lance sur un autre projet, mais j'ai aucune idée c'est quoi. Donc, oui, c'est quand même pas pire. Alors là, je joue à Great Ace Attorney. Ça se passe au début 20e siècle, fin 18e, c'est une époque victorienne. Et c'est ça, là t'as Sherlock Holmes, et comme ils n'ont pas le droit de dire Sherlock Holmes, ils ont changé le S de place. Fait que c'est Sherlock Holmes. Et là tu joues des Japonais qui sont là pour étudier la loi britannique, pour ensuite retourner au Japon, puis leur montrer comment se fait la loi au Japon, parce que eux autres, leur système de loi est encore très très médiéval. Et là, ça fait 2 mois qu'ils sont installés, puis là, il y a comme pas beaucoup de clients, parce que, ce sont des amateurs encore, parce que le gars, il a étudié la loi pendant seulement 50 jours, puis il y a eu deux procès, un qui était louche comme résultat, parce qu'il y a eu de la manipulation de preuves de la part de son client. Et son dernier procès, c'était pas de meurtre, mais c'était assaut sur une personne avec l'intention meurtrière, mais finalement, c'est ça, il était reconnu non coupable. Et c'est tout. Et deuxièmement aussi parce que ce sont des Japonais. Il y a beaucoup de racisme et d'ignorance de la part des Anglais de l'époque. Fait que je tiens à vous avertir si ça vous choque. Mais tu sais, je commence à être un petit peu habitué, c'est un peu leur mindset, parce que ils ont des gros stéréotypes sur les Japonais parce qu'ils connaissent rien d'eux autres. Fait que c'est un peu normal. Fait que je fais des voix en anglais, parce que là tout est en anglais. Donc when you pawn or colloquially pop an item, the broker loans your money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oui, le stream il est quand même intéressant, là. L'histoire est quand même intéressante. Là, c'est ça, Sherlock est en train d'expliquer le principe du pawn shop aux Japonais. Tu sais, ils connaissent un petit peu la base, mais apparemment, c'est comme tu donnes quelque chose au gars pour de l'argent, puis t'as 2 mois pour lui remettre plus ses intérêts, sinon le gars il le revend. Fait que là, il regarde là, tout ce qui est dans tout ce qui est dans les commodes, c'est à vendre. Puis j'imagine toutes les horloges aussi, là, ils ont tout l'air d'avoir des prix à côté. Oh yes! Now you explained it. I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course! Simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn the black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. Ouais, tantôt, quand le gars nous est présenté, ils nous ont dit, OK, toi ton linge vaut 6 cents, puis toi ton kimono il vaut 5 guinées. Fait que c'est comme, oh! Intéressant, c'est comme, ouais, c'est poche. My treasured university uniform, never! It embodies my student spirit. Je vendrai jamais mon uniforme d'école. De quoi tu parles?
Look at this! What could this lovely big shiny box be?
That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such thing in your own country.
Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before.
Shall we listen for a while? C'est une boîte à musique. Oh, que c'est cute.
Ah, what a sublime sound! It's like the music of angels.
Oh, I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. Fait que c'est vraiment une grosse boîte à musique. Puis, au lieu d'être une petite bobine avec des petites pinouches en métal, c'est un disque. Puis on peut le voir, là. Ça doit être le disque qui tourne.
My goodness! What a simply delightful machine!
Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Ouais, no shit. Depuis que le gramophone est embarqué, c'est rendu comme encombrant, là.
Ah! Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace.
What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair and you know it! The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Oh. On n'a pas vu qu'est-ce qui se passe, on dirait une chicane. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you ever had a proper butcher at it?
I've seen all I need to see, young girl.
Oh, ok. Je pense que je sais c'est qui. Par l'accent, c'est Gina Lestrade. Elle, c'est une pickpocket. Puis elle a probablement volé des trucs. Puis là, elle veut le pawner au gars. Puis tu donnes ça, juste une scène, je me fais crosser. C'est comme, I think I know who this girl is. From the voice, I think. From the accent, I think it's Gina Lestrade. Yes. Yes. There she is. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her.
Oh yes, it's the young lady from Mr. Big Gildedstraw 2 months ago.
La musique. Hein? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns a crust among large crowds relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Ouais, elle a piqué un lance-grenade portatif, puis elle a tiré ça en cours.
Gordon Bennett, you lot!
Elle est venue tirer dessus.
Hello, Mr. Strad. I hope you've been well.
Eh?
What? You remembered me then, do ya?
Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure.
So, what are you doing in here? Dawning out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pop that black weasel or sorry coat, have ya?
What is about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it?
Ah, good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes!
So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windybank on your behalf.
Bloody Iowa, I don't need no help from some stuck-up D.
Get out of my business! Come on, I'll make you trouble for you.
As you wish, Mr. Strad. I will happily remove myself from your presence.
He's really done it, he's gone.
I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here.
What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc?
And you, go on, leave me alone.
Oh, Mr. Strahd, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest.
Dot dot dot. Susato dot dot dot. Susato sounds really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Okay, we can talk to her. Pawnbroker's customer. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person you would use a pawnbroker, Mr. Strahd.
Yeah, well I am, alright? I'm a Londoner, just like anyone else. That a problem, is it?
No, not at all. It's just that, well...
Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably doesn't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it all over the Chevy Chase. I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase.
Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines.
You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people?
Well,
I don't know how best to answer that really. Suppose, sometimes.
You're not going to deny it either, Mr. Strahd.
Oh, but not this time, alright, I swear. That thing belongs to me.
The disc that Mr. Windybank is holding. Perhaps we should see what we have to say about all this. Okay, so now we can talk to the pawnbroker. Miss Lestrad's disc.
Mr. Windybank, what exactly is this metal disc that Mr. Strahd has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface.
This is a music disc, you see, for use inside of a music box.
In a music box?
What? You don't even know what a music box is?
You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is, I just never seen one of these discs before.
The small protrusion on the metal disc encodes the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible! Tell us, what tunes is on this disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
Oh, I see.
And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a pocket of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well... ... He? Who? Never you mind. Just ain't right, that's all. That disc worth's good money. I know it is.
Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
Arrgh! Gina Lestrade.
She's been in before, of course. This little
Tatterdemalion.
This little Tatterdemalion.
Okay, I need to wiki this name right away. Tatterdemalion. What the fuck does that mean? New word. Tatterdemalion. Oh, it's like tattered, like full of rags. A person dressed in rag clothing or oh my god, that's a synonym of ragamuffin. Oh my god. Because I know ragamuffin because it's the, remember The Witcher? The ragamuffin is the safe word for what's her face? Fucking witch. I want to say Cassandra. I think that's it. That's her safe word, ragamuffin. There's an orgy. Yes, orgy. Okay, orgy's over. Ragamuffin. So Tatterdemalion. Tatterdemalion is oh, I see.
And brought some dubious article on or other with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What am I trying to say? I'm an honest customer, May. Is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today?
Well, if only if it were that simple.
Sorry, what do you mean?
What she actually brought in was a storage ticket.
Ah, a storage ticket, so... Mr. Strad has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. The girl at me has a lot of stuff what needs storing.
Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious.
The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. But as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windybank.
The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am.
The scarf? The overcoat?
Yeah, it's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Yeah, she wasn't wearing that. I remember in court she wasn't wearing the coat. Oh.
What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does.
So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all this?
The disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree a price.
New article to pawn? I'm confused. I thought you said that Mr. Stroud brought in a storage ticket today.
It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say.
For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I understood. Okay. For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I understood it.
That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on...
There you go. Little ragamuffin, street rat, sewer urchin. Color all the names. Go ahead. All the names.
She went rifling through the pockets.
Oh, you mean...
What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady?
Oh, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this disc, then yes.
Hold it! Hello, Shayster. How you doing? Shay, Shay, Shay. How you doing? How you doing, lady? Shay, Shay, Shay. I'm doing good. Thank you, thank you. I just got raided. I just get it by my raid. I got raided by my friend Philanthropist. One of my French buddy. You're doing good. Thank you. I'm glad to hear. Always pleased to see your virtual smile. Always glad to see your virtual smile. And right now I'm starting chapter 5 of The Greatest Attorney. Right now we're inside of a pawn shop. We received a telegram. We haven't opened it yet because Susato didn't want us to. And then when we went to go for tea, we noticed that Sherlock Holmes, which is a parody of Sherlock Holmes, was playing the violin and he sucks at it. And he wasn't inspired. And then we realized that he wasn't playing his Stradivarius. It was actually a viola. Then we realized, shit. Why do you have why do you have the wrong violin? And then we deduce, like he has a big computer machine, like a steampunk computer machine called an analytoscope, and he pawned it to get his Stradivarius back, but the guy gave him the wrong violin, which is why we're here. Now we got the correct one. Now Sherlock Holmes got home. Now we're exploring all the trinkets of the pawn shop because there are a lot of Western trinket that are new to Susato and Ryunosuke. Like there's a giant music box which is the ancestor of the gramophone. It's like a giant music box that you put a disc with little bombs on it and it plays some music. There is a stereograph. I forgot the name already, but basically when you look at it, it's like it presents photographic prints in 3D. And it's like a big wonder, but it's heavy. And yeah, it's quite nice. And right now we seen the girl from chapter 3 who threw a smoke grenade in court trying to pawn a music disc, and now they're having an argument for the price because she says that she knows you can get good money for this and he's offering 1 penny, no more. And yeah, so basically she pawned something, and then she pawned a coat, and now she paid the price and interest to get it back, and now she's pawning something else. It's something that came from the pockets of the overcoat. And yeah, that's where we're at.
And she immediately tried to pawn it.
For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think.
Give it up, I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would.
Mrs. Strad, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place?
Well, me.
It doesn't really appear to be your size.
Me old man! It's me old man, ain't it?
Is it Mrs. Strad?
Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please? Question mark. Oh! Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Okay, so we have a guy, a very pale white, tall and slender white man with pale blonde hair, pale blue eyes, with egg white suit, overcoat, top hat. He looks like a gentleman, and he has some sort of scarf with a golden thing that secures it with a pastel blue handkerchief on his breast pocket, golden button, golden chain to his pocket watch, golden belt buckle, white gloves. Yeah, he looks very rich. This is the typical look of the aristocrat. Like if I ever seen nobility in the game for the first time, that would be it. Okay, so let's give him. Oh, he has a cane as well.
Yes. A good day to you, ladies, gentlemen.
What's your problem, eh?
There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor.
Gina! Exclamation mark.
And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve.
Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a jet, you should know how to wait in line. Exclamation mark, dot dot dot.
Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket.
Eh? Who are you? How do you know who I am?
The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy to even remember the faces of your victim, it seems.
Exclamation mark. What? You mean I... From you? Broker!
Yes, sir?
Sweating. Sponging his sweat.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Oh my!
No, that's a lie!
What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say...
Jojo pose?
Any music box disc, too.
No! You can't have it! You just can't! It's me old man's, or it was. Now it's mine!
Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo! This is a very awkward situation.
Yes. Well, I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Okay, let's talk to Gina. The gentleman's accusation.
Mr. Strahd, is what the gentleman is saying?
What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear my life. I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before.
Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now?
No, I swear it. I swear to God.
It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutter green ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets.
Yet again?
Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these back-slum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Grrr! Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on. Why does everyone think it's me? Just look at his daddy cove. Did you think I'm the Georgie one?
I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you.
Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence I've stolen stuff from me? Come on, let's see it.
Oh, I have evidence, naturally.
You've what? Evidence. evidence that the article Mr. Stradradine actually belongs to this gentleman.
Of course, we need to only consult Mr. Windybank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place.
Yes, brilliant.
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh!
I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine.
But why not?
Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question?
Of course. It's... Professor!
Yes, that's right, and all the evidence we need. The gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without a doubt.
A watchword? Interesting. It's like a password. So, about this watchword, Mr. Windybank.
As I just explained, I never ask customers' name when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret.
That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? He's still looking at the stereogram.
Great detectives are no dark secret. Not at all.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, when I give the storage ticket to the customer, when someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword.
And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article?
That's right, sir. Yes, just as soon as the requisite fee is paid.
And I have supplied you with the information you required already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat. Deposit 2 months ago on the 15th of February. With a watchword of Professor.
All perfectly correct information, sir.
But how?
Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for that.
Ugh! Okay, we're done with Gina. Let's stop to the picture postcard gentleman. Excuse me, but who are you? ...
One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you.
No. In Japanese, they do the same thing, too. It's polite to introduce yourself when you want to know someone else's name. Oh, sorry, yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here.
Oh, yes, Japan. I have heard talked of the place.
Swoom, swab.
Its inhabitants lives on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices.
You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Yeah, it was like dancing. This is the most JoJo-esque character I have seen so far. He reminds me of Dio, but he's even more refined than Dio. Oh my god.
Perhaps. Anyway, if you're a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another.
Oh, of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really.
My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant.
I see. Dot dot dot. My name is Benedict.
Oh my tabarnak. Eggert Benedict. His name is Eggs Benedict. Benedict Cumberbatch. Oh my god. Why didn't I see it? Well, yeah, because he's wearing egg-shaped collars. So yeah, his name is.
My name is Benedict. Yes, Eggert Benedict. Ah. Theatrical gesticulation. Enchanté.
He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Eggert Benedict.
Is that Benedict Cumberbatch?
Too late for him to give him a Benedict Cumberbatch voice, but I'm not good with. I haven't watched enough Sherlock to pin him down. And when I see him in Doctor Strange, that's him with an American accent. So
Now, to the matter at hand.
Ha! Ooh. Ha! My overcoat!
Return at once to someone with the style to carry it off.
grr, every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him. Ah, that doesn't fit him at all. The overcoat swears. The black overcoat swears with his outfit.
So let that be an end to the matter. Oh, and thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir.
With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back.
Gina ... This is why I hate grown-ups. Just cause I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar.
And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker.
But of course, sir. Here is the disc for you. ...
Just this one?
Pardon, sir?
I was expecting another. That is, I deposit another.
Another disc?
Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that was deposit with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now.
So, Gathering, you're adding more of what's rightfully mine, aren't you?
Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Benedict ...
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc is mine.
Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal!
Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc.
It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his fingers on them. I found it first, for what? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Oi, you take it. Me? If I ain't to it, they'll have him off of me again, so you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? The music box. Sorry. The music box disc has been entered into the court record. Metal disc used to play music in the mechanical music box. This piece of music, which remain unidentified, is stored on the disc by means of small protrusion.
You there? In the black livery.
Sorry, I cannot hear you. I'm too busy examining this piece of evidence. For Mitchell? Oh shit, it's for McGilded!
Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck on the reverse side of the disc, look! And a scribbled word or two, it looks like somebody's name. ... For McGilded.
McGilded? It couldn't be!
But it is, Mr. Naruto! A name I shall never forget, for as long as I live.
But why? Why is his name on this? The music box disc information has been updated in the court record. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Is he the bad guy? Is Edgar Benedict the one who's doing shady deals with Magnus? And oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So many ideas popping in my mind, but I have nothing to prove them. Nothing at all! Okay, so let's see the protrusion, let's see the blood. Yeah. Usually when you bump yourself... Okay, so you got pricked by 3 protrusion, but it shouldn't draw that much blood. That doesn't make sense. That in real life, that wouldn't happen so fast. And the guy's wearing gloves, so how did that happen? Look at all those little look at all the little bumps on the disc. They're so tiny.
Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they plug the teeth of the comb to make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood.
Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Eggert Benedict.
When Mrs. Straw tried to grab the disc from him, the pin scratched his finger, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and actually catch your finger.
Ouch, just thinking about it hurts and puts me off eating radish.
Hand that disc to me at once, please.
No, no! He's lying! Grown-ups are all liars! What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? I cannot converse to anyone. I can still talk to the guy. I can talk to him. Look at Mr. Windibank watching diligently over his shop. There's still so many things I'm curious about. But somehow I don't really feel like it's the right time to be browsing.
Calming this fault situation must be our first priority.
But now I'm fairly certain that we can find just the great thing we need among the article here in this shop. Oh, well, let's play this then. Let's play the disc to see what's on. Would it fit? Look at Mr. Windibank. Okay, no. Windibank. Mr. Windibank, slowly at a loss here. We have to do something about this before he reaches for that revolver of his. Okay, so Gina. Wow, Mr. Strad is really looking daggers at that mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control as it attacks him again. Benedict, Look at those piercing eyes. He's clearly in no mood for talk. We have to do something quickly before it's mysterious gentleman leaves to fetch the police or something. What can we do? Oh, Sherlock! Mr. Sholmes? What are you examining with such keen interest here? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. Sholmes, He's sulking again. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sank me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, so I was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So, feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinket in this desolate place. Whilst, as you surely observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruto? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth did you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know.
Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered.
You really were sad, weren't you?
Poor Mr. Shams, I feel simply awful for you.
It would seem that my inferences are correct.
Oh, surely you're not able to tell us. You're not about to tell us that you solved the entire case once again?
My dear madam, sometimes I wonder were my genius for deduction to be commoditized. How much could I pawn it for?
It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it will help us resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Listen to the deduction. Oh, of course, of course. Let's see another reason and deduction logic extraordinaire.
Well, Mr. Lestrade, it would appear as you find yourself in something of a predicament.
Just where the blue places have you been, eh?
Pardon?
Well, the lady's in trouble, two gents supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. And then Sherlock Holmes falls. Harsh.
And who, pray tell, are you?
Holmes, smoking his pipe.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. You have, in my eyes, a veritable encyclopedic array of curiosity about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn.
I beg your pardon?
The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed.
Exclamation mark.
And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deduction?
How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg.
It would seem that once again Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction.
Just who do you think you are, sir?
Ah, yes, as I hoped. This is precisely the plain expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Sherlock Holmes logic and reasoning spectacular. Smoking pipe. The game is afoot. The great deduction.
I love this music. Topic 1. Mystery Man's Aim.
First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you venture into this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different! Exclamation mark.
And he's holding a piece of paper. Spotlight on the piece of paper, as revealed by that which you hold in your hand.
Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer.
What? Question mark?
The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop.
No, it isn't. He's not here for looking for a job. He looks wealthy enough to buy the whole place, you dummy.
Yeah, even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your action! Exclamation mark.
And now we see initials on the cane. He's holding the cane in a defensive position. And now we see the initials AG on the cane. Benedict exclamation mark.
The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibit an uncontrovertible
What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. spotlight on the initials. The contradiction of which I speak, of course, is the missing ferrule. No. The missing ferrule, that's the bottom feet of the cane. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis show the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. Exclamation mark. Benedict exclamation. You recoil, sir, is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer to your next conundrum to present itself. Spotlight on Eggard. Namely, that is the truth behind this rod you bear. Benedict ... Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Okay. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. Benedict ... But of course, as I said, this is the walking cane. No, that rod is the broken handle of a shovel.
What? Are you insane?
And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here, with spotlight on Sherlock, was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime.
Conclusion: to tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery.
Topic number 2. Great crime. Deduction. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the detail of this elaborate crime you have in the planning.
This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you suppose I could expect to find there? Whoa. Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say?
Spotlight on eggs. Oh, but there is an ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Exclamation mark. He seems to look somewhere. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped.
What?
Well, let us consider what most motivates a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter in which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yeah, but there's also a gun next to the notice, and then there's a fountain pen and some tickets and the picture of the cat and a lamp oil. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewage works, sewage works, beneath the shops runs a sewer that adjoins another one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. Oh my god. He plans to rob a bank, so this is why he needs to dig underneath the pawnbrokery. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite.
What are you?
In summary, sir,
You devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels.
Master plan? He spins and then he's in a defensive position holding his chest.
Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from this underground vault of the bank?
Are you quite serious?
Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? Exclamation mark.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know.
A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me.
Currently in the final stage of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sits in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road.
Pardon?
Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve fund for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please.
Oh my god, you just leaked important top secret police information to the public in hoping... Oh my god, you idiot! You beautiful, magnificent... Oh! To steal the Great Exhibition Reserve Fund. Oh my god.
Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this pawn-broken puzzle.
Mr. Sholmes?
Well, Mr. Naruto, an impressive upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree?
Was it true that what you said about the bank over the road and what it was in his vault?
Indeed, though few know of his existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence.
But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact.
Ah,
And if it's just a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it?
now there can be but one explanation for that. Clearly it's because the man is a criminal.
But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? And if he's a criminal, as you say, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret.
Oh.
Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windybank will. He clearly has plenty of shovels here after all.
Oh my life! I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous.
Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them. And once the word is out, it's out.
Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes.
An excellent idea, Mr. Naruto. An excellent idea.
Well then, Mr. Naruto, you know what to do, I'm sure.
Yes, well, listen to that. Let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape.
Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Oh, Sherlock Holmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Pipe.
Silhouette change into Ryunosuke. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1. Mystery man's aim to tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery.
First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you venture onto this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different.
I believe there's something written on the other side of the flyer. And he's hiding it, that's why. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. What brought you to this shop in the first place is a staff recruitment flyer. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor.
Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewer to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road.
But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he?
No.
No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? Where did Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Yes, there's a scribble writing. Can I read that?
Oh, look at all the scribbled notes at the back of the flyer here.
Oh, I don't believe it.
What is it?
Listen to what it says. Name, Gino Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, rag. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Plus a little doodle of what she looks like. With the hat and the goggles.
Goodness!
There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although if he showed it to her, she would fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure.
And look, the detail of this shop has been written down here too. Windy Bank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline, 15th of April, which is today's
day. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper? Info about Miss Lestrade.
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to this shop is the first place. It's the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket Miss Lestrade into Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery here. Oh. You originally told us, spotlight on Gina, that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. Spotlight on Eggard. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windybank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So, you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some length to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your action. Yeah, because this cane is maybe a spawn from someone else as well. Exclamation mark. The cane which you unwittingly clutched to your person exhibit an incontrovertible contradiction.
What utter rot! I've had this cane for years!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. What's a ferrule?
It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo.
The bit that makes this noise clacking sound on the pavement.
Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane.
And it doesn't actually look broken, does it?
No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recall when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious.
In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would whether we don't know. Initialing.
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing.
A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggard Benedict?
Exclamation mark.
We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree?
No,
You're wrong. This cane isn't...
You said before that you had that cane for years. Grr. So don't try to tell us you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park.
In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name.
Exclamation mark. Something tore off. Oh, let me guess. The overcoat torn. So it's not even his size. So he was trying to rip the coat off the pickpocket to get access to the golden disc that was meant to be sent to McGilded.
You recoil, sir. Is something wrong?
I.
And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the insert to that next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you inventedly would like to conceal, is the key to this riddle, you see.
Let's reconsider the bare bones of what happened here. Mrs. Strahd redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now, mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him.
But we know that he actually identified Mr. Strahd for a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue.
So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Yeah. Split seam. Yeah, the seam just split. We already torn off.
Take that!
The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you say. Ah.
Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit.
Having forced it over your broad shoulder, the seam is already breaking apart.
My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid his pickpocket, this catalogue of untruth has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank.
He spins.
But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed.
Conclusion: to abscond with a redeemed item. Solved. Topic number 2, great crime. Correction.
Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the detail of his elaborate crime you have in the planning.
This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, design a wheeze to filch some tall-dry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit here in the first place? How could I possibly have known the relevant details, n'est-ce pas?
Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your furtive glance is more telling than I would have hoped.
Oh, he overlooked on the note. He would have known the password because that's what he... the information would be written down in the ledger instead.
What?
Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the console notice on the counter in which your eyes were inadvertently drawn.
The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think.
Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers, which is a pity because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman didn't know the watchword.
Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never allow you to redeem the article.
Or looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Okay, let's check. There's a notelet. It's gotta be the notelet. Let's see what's written in here. Look at this, Miss Susato.
It appears to be a memo that Mr. Windibank has scribbled for himself.
Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor! Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchword his customers give him right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well.
Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secret I might see?
So it's the notelet.
Take that!
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inevitably drawn.
Yes, the broker here follows the same procedures whenever customers come to redeem an article. He asks the customers for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on the notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question.
I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker.
But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages.
What are you talking about?
It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your
Accusation against Mr. Strahd.
In all likelihood, you follow her inside and then observe her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent
broker made a note of the watchword, as is common practice, you observe him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. Exclamation mark. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawn article for the young Mr. Strahd.
Master plan? Oh.
Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such length to redeem that particular article for this pawnbroker?
Are you quite serious?
For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you have a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know.
These articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets.
Which according to Mr. Windibank isn't even worth a penny.
And yet, this man went to such length to steal them. Why?
I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain, Mr. Naruto.
Yes, we do, the disc. Could we, really? Or better have a thorough look through all the evidence we collected so far. I already checked.
Take that!
Because I'm vigilant. You say, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that? On the back?
It reads for McGilded.
Oh,
Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his lawn-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate?
Benedict ... Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you squeeze yourself into. Oh. Wait. Is Gina Lestrade the daughter of Magnus McGilded?
Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this Crown Brokery today,
spotlight on both Ryunosuke and Sherlock, was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Oh! Spins around and then falls, almost trips in a defensive position. Conclusion: to acquire an item deposited by Mr. McGilded. Solved. Deduction complete.
Elementary.
Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances.
Benedict ...
Mr. Shelms, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind.
Pray tell, Mr. Zato.
Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat would have to be redeemed, was it not?
Oh. Oh my god, the 15th of February was the day McGilded died, but it's also technically the day he gave this coat to this pawn shop. Ah. But since he was too busy being framed, he used Gina in his stead. Interesting.
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. Today will be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited.
Well, today's 15 April, so 2 months ago today.
It would have been 15th of February, sir. That's right. It's as carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposit at 10:30 p.m., I see.
What? But that suggests after he was killed?
Yes, 15th of February is precisely the day of which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding.
Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence.
Benedict ...
You, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deduction you choose.
However, he produced a gun out of thin air.
I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box.
Oh, what do I do? Hand over the disc or absolutely not? Let me resist. I'm calling his bluff. He's not gonna shoot. There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Mr. Windibank!
This is my shop. I cannot allow any man to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life.
Mr. Windibank, no!
Alright.
That's enough. Oh, Gregson! Alright, that's enough! Inspector Gregson!
Inspector.
That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this all about then?
Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from fading my own life in my very own establishment.
Benedict, with still the pointed the gun, ...
It seems you have the upper hand.
Okay, so now he gave back the coat.
Right, so you lot have some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy.
Petty? Mr. Windybag nearly met his head with... Mr. Windybag very nearly met with his end.
Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell.
Oh dear.
And the whole of Britain would meet with his hand if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on.
What on earth is the case, Inspector?
Spare no detail, Gregson.
I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with your lot.
Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station.
But of course, Inspector.
He's getting away!
He gave us the slip.
Get after him, lads! Waltz the beats, officer 2! Whistle the beats, officer 2, sir! There's been a spat of thefts at pawn shop around here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counter for brokers to let us know when there's trouble.
Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed.
Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning.
Oh, yeah?
I'll be taking that, whatever it is, from McGilden's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
Oh, yes, of course. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to Miss Gilden is to be taken as evidence now.
As evidence?
If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. Grrr.
Gina is not happy at all. Oh my god, qu'est-ce au poulet? Qu'est-ce au poulet? Avec un raid de 6 personnes, mon dieu. Deuxième raid, t'es la deuxième qui me raid aujourd'hui. Moi qui me fais pas raider depuis je sais plus trop combien de temps, là, je me fais raider 2 fois. Une fois par Philanthropus, et l'autre fois par toi, alors. Yes! Alors, on va faire un autre shout-out à Getty au poulet. Comment ça va? Toi aussi, t'as eu 2 raids! Ça paraît que c'est congé. Ouais. Alors, qu'est-ce que t'as fait comme dessin aujourd'hui? J'étais là pour ton histoire, mais j'ai pas vu sur quoi exactement tu travaillais. Là, t'avais comme... Ouais, c'est ça, avec la fin du travail, c'est ça, tout le monde est en congé, fait que il y a beaucoup plus de monde. Ouais, je remarque qu'il y a beaucoup plus de monde qui stream. Là, dans mes followers, j'ai 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 personnes qui streament en même temps que moi. C'est quand même intéressant. Alright, fait que pour ceux qui me connaissent pas, mon nom est Damien Mascador, aussi connu sous le nom de Geek Generalist. Je viens d'avoir 42 ans ce vendredi, c'était ma fête. Et je travaillais sur une illustration sur l'accessibilité des autobus à Québec. Ah! Ok. Ouais, alors, c'est ça, là, présentement, je suis sur Grade Ace Attorney, fait que si vous aimez un peu les intrigues, meurtres et mystères victoriennes, vous serez content. Il y a un Sherlock Holmes là-dedans, mais c'est une parodie de Sherlock Holmes, il s'appelle Sherlock Holmes, puis on vient de finir une déduction qui était... Dans le fond, on a corrigé une déduction de Sherlock Holmes parce qu'il avait un bon sens de l'observation, mais son cerveau travaille tout croche. Il pointe des affaires, puis il déduit... à partir d'une canne qui ressemble à une pelle, là, t'as essayé de creuser un trou parce qu'en face, il y a une banque puis qui contient des fonds pour la grande exhibition, là, pour construire la tour de cristal. Mais c'est de l'information top secrète en plus. Fait que gardez ça pour vous. Et c'est comme... Tu viens-tu juste de leaker de l'information top secrète, toi là, grand imbécile? Merci beaucoup pour la grande bonne fête, merci beaucoup. c'est le genre d'affaires. Puis c'est ça, alors je fais des voix depuis tantôt. Et là, c'est ça, là, il y a... And so we handed Mr. McGill the disc over to Inspector Gregson. And we were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Parce que là, il y a comme un crime qui est en train d'être... to be continued! Fait que là, je sais absolument pas qu'est-ce qui se passe. On a traîné au pawn shop, là, il arrive des affaires, puis là, on claire un petit peu ce qui se passe. Et on sauvegarde. Fait que c'est ça que je vais faire. On va sauver. Bon. Alors, on est sur Baker Street. 15th of April, Baker Street. See? That's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you.
Oh, really, Mr. Strad? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm?
What?
Oh my! Surely you were given that?
Yeah, the deal let me keep it. After I looked daggers at him for long enough, he went through the pockets and said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scupper.
Yeah, son accent est pas évident vu qu'elle parle un peu en cockney. Parce que bon, c'est une pickpocket, puis apparemment toutes les pickpockets parlent en cockney.
Always pays off getting people who look like you hate them. I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mind.
The music box disc?
But Mr. Windibank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash, give him a long hard stare.
I think not, Mr. Strad. We shan't enter Windibanks again today.
Why not? That's not fair. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windibank. Well, that disc's mine! I had the ticket for this coat and it was in his coat's pocket. But there should be something else and all. That's what Rotten Cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. No, she's really pushing her luck.
Mr. Strad, I think it's time to admit defeat. You had your haul for the day.
Yeah, and it's all your fault, Chomes.
So, what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Iris will be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. ...
No ta.
Oh.
Why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? And she's gone. She ran.
Oh dear, she's gone.
Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add.
Or I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway.
Interesting.
Once she had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come.
Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for a potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later, too.
Sorry?
I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you.
Oh, how exciting! What is it?
You shall have to wait and see, Miss Susato. Until later, then.
Can we move? Naruto legal consultancy, show 'em sweet. Those are the 4 things. Let's go back to the office. Oh, what to do? Oh, something tells me that's not the thing.
Can it really be that we've been in Great Britain for 2 months already?
Yes, it's gone by in a flash, hasn't it?
And what an English gentleman you've...
You trailed off there, Susato-san.
I'm I'm so sorry. When I thought it through, I realized it's not all true, actually. I simply don't feel that Britishness has really rubbed off on you.
Nor you, to be honest.
Well, that's obviously because...
Yes, I know. Without a doubt, it's your kimono. It most certainly stands out.
I do adore the attire of English ladies. It's quite delightful. But somehow I just don't feel ready to abandon my Japanese dress just yet.
I wonder how Susato would look in Western clothes. That would be interesting to see. Okay, so let's move back to Shom Suite. Yeah. 15th of April, 3:46 p.m. Shom's Suite.
Ah, Susie and Bruno! Come in, come in!
Good afternoon, Aris.
Thank you so much for breakfast this morning.
Ah, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already.
Busy as always.
I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening.
Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you?
Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess.
Look at those little eyes of her shining.
Oh dear, this is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it?
It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting?
Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news.
Wow, Aris seems overjoyed at the idea.
I can't wait to learn some pickpocket tips from a real professional.
Oh yes, that does sounds like fun.
I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate, are you, Mr. Naruhodo?
By the way, Aris, what's Mr. Shom's up to?
Early? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back.
Hello, Mr. Shomes.
I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here.
Oh, I don't know how to respond to that.
I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything.
Yes, I see.
Really? He behaves just like a child sometimes. Hurley does.
Mr. Shomes and Aris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they?
Yes, except that Aris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are.
What's the matter, Bruno? You have ever such a funny look on your face.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Shomes, you're wondering? Am I right?
How did you...
Heh. Oh, Bruno, I can read you like a book.
Oh, this girl is dangerous.
Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind.
Okay, we can talk to her, converse. Jeannie. So, by Jeannie, you mean Mrs. Strad, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right?
Yes. Who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after the trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends.
Oh, what a lovely tale.
Yes. Now, if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can.
Oh,
And I chase after her down the back alleys.
interesting idea of friendship.
And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed.
Oh,
There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Jeannie wants to make me a whole rainbow.
Oh, I suppose this means you've let Mr. Strahd keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you?
Yep, that's right. I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now.
Poor Hurley.
Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited.
I just hope she does actually come. Living with Sholmes.
I'm sure you've been wondering why is it that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well,
It has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents?
my mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore.
Exclamation mark. Yeah, I knew they're dead.
Mommy passed away when I was born. And then around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on.
Yes, I knew it. His father is Dr. Wilson. And now his father is dead. And she's like... Okay, now she cries. Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley?
Yes? Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together.
She did mention that before. He wrote
them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there.
Really? He recorded them all? So, you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes? Really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most star-kissing cases.
Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it?
So, Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father?
Exactly! Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up.
And you found your father's memoirs?
Yes. So I asked Hurley, who wrote these? And he nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me, that's when I found out that the owner of all those accounts was my father.
So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. Iris's father.
I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean.
It must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age.
Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me.
Oh?
Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can't just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes.
Right.
Anyway, I was so fascinated with when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, actually.
I always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories.
Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solves a case, it all but vanishes from his mind.
Oh, I see.
The other day it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone.
Can't you say that again? You shared your father's surname, don't you, Iris?
That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could learn a doctorate at, well, at 9-10.
Iris's father went to some distant land and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Flashback from the first trial.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Miss Susato.
Yes?
Perhaps we should pressure this conversation any further at this time.
I think that would be for the best.
Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you.
Hey, Mr. Sholmes.
Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you?
We've been with you for most of the day.
Oh, goodness, really?
Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed?
My violin? Whatever are you talking about there, madam?
Oh,
Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows.
A new disc?
another music box disc.
No, not another disc, Miss Susato. This is the one Gregson demanded we handed over as evidence, Mr. McGilded's disc.
Oh my!
Then what's it doing here?
Hype. You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable talent for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny. Sleeve of hands.
Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I would be your pickpocketing assistant. And Rudo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught.
Right. Wait.
Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our medicine crime notification.
Yes, I'd be delighted.
I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Alright, the music box disc. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard.
Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of these.
Oh shit, he took the chocolate bar and shaped the foil into a disc.
That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes.
Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken.
If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. Yeah, it had a speck of blood and a memo taped on the back. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of Mr. Milgren down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
Oh, yes, of course.
If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not?
Yes, you did, but I still don't understand.
It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I press the disc into a pair of bars like this.
Okay, so he imprinted the disc into his chocolate bar. That's amazing. The disc and the musical protrusion have made an image in the caramel.
Indeed. This caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know.
It molds like a putty.
Suitably soft for making impression, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution.
Oh, extraordinary!
Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take our house key, for example. A simple press in its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment.
Yes, it sounds... No, it is illegal.
From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played.
The music on the disc.
Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes, what music does the disc play?
Well, unfortunately, I have no idea.
No idea?
None whatsoever.
Are you familiar with the...
Are you familiar with the workings of Music Box, my dear fellows?
No, I'm afraid not.
Goodness, you don't know, Runo? Inside of a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produced the sound. Small protuberance block the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented use a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that design.
But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide all around the globe.
Why exactly?
Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result.
It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present.
But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem.
What do you mean?
As you may imagine, the construction of one's firm music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid, so it's quite intractable.
Oh, I see. So that's why.
Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal.
I'm gonna recharge my battery. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Ice is all melted, still freshly cold. Soon I'll have to... Sorry. Soon I'll have to have a little lunch. Or maybe I'll stop at the end of this chapter. I think that's what's gonna happen.
But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one.
So maybe it's not meant to play music. Maybe it's a hidden message. Because remember, they say there's another disc. Maybe it goes together. Like it's a codex, a hidden message.
So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe.
Every single one?
That's early for you. Always taking things too far.
But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution.
But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it?
Yes, that's certainly true, in the worst case. I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room.
What? Magnus McGilded?
Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon.
Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. The same image of the burning omnibus. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Now we see a picture of Van Zeke. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence at the trial,
the newspaper are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case.
The murder of the brickmaster, Mr. Trice-fired Mason. We see Fairplay and Ladies First and McGilded and Jeannie. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. Now we see him smiling and snickering.
It would appear the case is not yet closed.
Oh, there's an autosave thingy.
Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Jeannie will be here before long.
Thank you, Iris.
Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do.
I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it?
Let this be a lesson for you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker.
Yes, you may be right.
Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Eris's in pawn, didn't he?
Did he?
Well, yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of an otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Were his words, I believe.
So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh, yes. The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom, gathering dust.
My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already.
The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault.
And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure?
Well, there may be the occasional mix-up.
Caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now.
Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley?
Oh, shit! This is a manuscript of the Hound of Baskerville that's in the pawn shop?
Woo! Oh, it sounds so exciting! The Hound of the Baskervilles! I should love to read it!
Iris is shocked, and Sherlock brought a serious face. Iris ... Sholmes ... Susato.
Oh!
Rinosuke ... What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room?
Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title?
Well, that's... Susato ... That's because Miss Susato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course.
But Runo, the Hound of the Baskervilles, has never been published.
What?
When I showed Harley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet.
I don't understand.
That's why he said that he kept it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see.
So that's why the manuscript isn't Windybanks.
And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on?
Sholmes ... What is it, Mr. Sholmes?
It would appear our guest has arrived.
Yeah, Gina with the black overcoat. Mrs. Strahd. Gina ... This was a bad idea. I know it will come. I'm going. No, wait, Mrs. Strahd. And she's leaving. Oh no, she's back. We'll all be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Iris ...
Oh yes, just wait here, Jeannie. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie.
Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home.
Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you? What say you to some medicine?
Ah, the second one. Medicine. I knew it. You know when I was talking earlier about the other composer that Sherlock is a fan of? Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn is the other one. I said it was German, but I think it's Austrian-ish.
I won't take no for an answer.
Mendelssohn it is then.
Mendelssohn, not Mendelssohn.
Gina ... Oh, the cat came in. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violent performance is in no way meddlesome, and Gina, as we came to call her, told us all about to steal things from one another without big notice. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. "15th of April, 9:34 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy." Is he gonna read the telegram now? That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it?
Oh yes, Iris' cooking was truly divine.
And now I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now.
Best of all, I bet I could steal the glass from his lordship's face next time we're in court.
...
Naruhodo-san, Could I consult with you about something, I wonder?
What's the matter, Susato-san?
It's about the telegram I received.
Ah, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. Susato.
I've been summoned.
Oh! She's been summoned back to Japan, so that's why she didn't want to, What? Summoned? What do you mean?
The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me.
Okay. No, okay, she was not to be summoned back to Japan, just summoned by Strongheart. Okay. The Lord Chief Justice, when?
Tomorrow morning.
What? Then we have to start preparing at once.
Oh, no, that would be necessary, Naruto-san. I've been summoned alone.
Alone? What on that for?
I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow.
What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Knock knock? Oh, who could that be, I wonder?
Good evening, friends.
Oh, Aris, hello again. Gina's there. ...
And Gina, too. Yes, Gina's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Gina?
Well, yeah.
How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today.
Oh, what? In particular?
All those things Ginny showed us, wasn't it wonderful?
Oh, you mean all those pickpocket techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we?
I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it.
You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour?
Well, you see, I came to return this.
Oh shit, she stole my armband. Wait, what? That's mine!
Oh my, however did you? I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it.
Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Aris Lilry is a child genius.
So anyway, here it is, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it though.
Oh, thank you.
Alright then, good night.
Yes, good night. Iris, ...
So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Genie?
Oh, I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer of what lives with lives in a place like this.
Yes, me too!
It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about.
I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript.
Yes, I suppose she probably does. Alright, let's talk. The manuscript.
Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please.
Iris, ...
Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward.
Oh, no, not all this. Not at all, Iris, not at all. I don't know what this is all really, but it's a story you made up, it is, Iris. That mantle script, or whatever you call it.
It's not
exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries.
Daddies? Dories?
That's right. Then I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner.
Huh?
They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Isn't that right, mister?
Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though.
And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened.
So, where's your old man now, then? Iris ...
He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So I've never really met him.
Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her? Okay, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Oris, this Hounds of the Baskervilles story, I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts?
That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow from the other cases I made.
Oh, how?
I don't really know. But it must be special in some way. Because after I'd read it and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I ever seen him like that.
It pains me to have to say this after you toiled over it for so long, Iris, but this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances.
But why not? It's one of my best works!
I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please, do not ask me. Iris ...
Alright then, I won't.
But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything in one day, Iris, when the time is right.
Sorry, I'm getting too, I'm dozing. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it?
Yes. Hurley said it has to be somewhere very safe.
That really gets me my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. It's me that's what it is, to keep a secret like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Huh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You're a lot trusting for your own good. But he can't put no wool over my eyes. Huh. Sholmes is lying to Iris, I bet my life on it. What?
Hurley's lying to me?
Okay, let's examine and talk to Jeannie. Yeah, there she is. Your parents. Oh, I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did I have.
Oh!
Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the minute we're born, not even our mums. Iris ... But we all stick together. The older ones looks after the little ones and they make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. The older ones okay. So that's why you're a pickpocket. No, diving is my life. I love it. I get a kick out of every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. But that's all we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it would make everything right. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. Sounds like having parents is always easy either.
Oh,
I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you always wanted to meet them. Dot dot dot.
it's true.
Is that exclamation mark?
I do want to see Daddy so much.
Oh, Iris. Gina. Dot dot dot. Sholmes lie. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that mental script or whatever, right? Well, come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really an old Weedy Bank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you.
But Harley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it.
Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. Iris, dot dot dot. I'm telling you, that mental script ain't at Windy Banks. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Shom is a liar like the rest of them. Hello, Tyler, how you doing? I'm doing good. I've been raided twice today. And, yeah, I'm keeping myself awake. I think I need a refill of energy. I think I need to eat some things. I've been drinking for a while. And thank you very much for the hugs and the poke and the hugs again. Okay, you can let go now. Iris, dot dot dot.
If I'm honest, I have wondered if Harley's telling me the truth sometimes.
See?
Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Gina, dot dot dot.
Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Jeannie, we should go back downstairs.
Yeah, alright.
And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you?
No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning, I insist.
Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, Dan.
Iris, it sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turn in for the night to Naruto-san. Bows and leaves. Alright, fade to black. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Dot dot dot. That's Ryunosuke trying to go to sleep. Dot 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 dot. Sister Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Shom.
Mr. Naruto! Psst, psst.
What's going on? It's the middle of the night.
It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone.
Gina?
She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty.
Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no?
I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received a distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now.
Over an hour? Oh.
If you'll indulge me, look out the window, my dear fellow.
What's this about? Outside of Baker Street.
The lights are on at the pawn shop.
Somebody broke in. Is Gina broken in the pawn shop to check the manuscript? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night?
That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery.
Mr. Windibank's? Oh no. Oh, the other item? It's simple. If that story was really in old Windibank's storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone?
It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruto.
Sorry? Oh, no, not really.
Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once!
Mr. Zato!
Oh, Mr. Zato! She's out. 16th of April, 1:14 a.m., Baker Street. The door to Windibank's. It's open.
And the lamp is burning.
It must be Gina, mustn't it?
Let us hope it's nothing more sinister.
What?
Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside.
Inside the pawn shop? There's no one here.
Oh, yes. There is. Bang!
2 shadows. Gunshot.
Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
What the? Has Sean been shot?
Leave me, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, but everything is pitch black.
After them, go!
Alright. Blast! I've lost them. Hello, what have we here? Bobby, the alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? What's all this, then? With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windibank's. A light? Cutscene? Susato.
Mr. Sholmes!
He's
Narado.
he's been shot.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
Door is locked. The cat room. Look inside. No, don't tell me. A body has been discovered! Mr. Windibank has been shot. And Gina Estrada is next to her.
It's Gina!
She's passed out. They're gonna say, to be continued. Oh my fuck, are they gonna leave like that? They're really gonna leave like that. You know what? I'm not ready to leave this yet. I'm gonna take a break just to have something in my belly because I've eaten before the stream. Now I'm having a drop of energy. Maybe because I've drank a little bit of alcohol. But you can't end the stream. We cannot end the stream like that. Even though it's almost 4 hours. I don't care. I feel good. We're gonna continue, but I must put something into my belly. Just be right back, everyone. I won't go anywhere. Sorry about that. I wish I could have leave you with some music instead. Instead, I gave you a pitch black. Sorry about that. So we're gonna save the adventure of this unspeakable story. Save. Investigation. Investigation part 3. Bang! Ah!
I'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. After them, go!
There were two suspects, one tall, one small.
Behind that door, in the storeroom. Hurry!
Okay, so he opened the trap door so we can see inside. Oh, Gina is holding the gun. It's Gina? They're already trying to make it like she committed the crime. Like, they made her hold the gun. From that moment, Windy Bank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn, before I was allowed back to my lodging at 221B. April 16th, 6 to 21 a.m. Naruto's Legal Consultancy. Oh, Iris. Iris is here, standing in front of us. I'm taking bites, that's why I'm gonna press slowly.
A telegram came, but all it says was wait at home.
Oh yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Jeannie were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno?
Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard to not let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know.
Something's awful has happened, hasn't it?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Oh, the music is so sad. I cannot leave you with that song while I eat. I wonder if I don't prefer silence for that. Events at Windy Banks. Okay, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windybank is dead! Exclamation mark. He was shot, we discovered, in the early hours in the morning.
Oh, yes, I had a feeling.
You did?
Well, I saw all of those police carriages pulling up outside his shop, so I knew something must have happened there.
You know, Sky, when we entered with Mr. Windybanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of two thugs. They ran out onto the street and I chased after them, but they got away.
So it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windybank, I suppose?
Well, I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment.
Oh, why not?
They've arrested someone else at the prime suspect, you see. Gina.
Jeannie? Why?
Well, the thing is...
Ha! No! Jeannie wouldn't do something like that!
I know! None of us think she did it.
And why are they having... Why have they arrested her?
I'm sorry, there was nothing I could do. Gina's arrest. I'm gonna go through everything. Show him situation.
So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? You really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, this song is good for lunch. Okay, good. Okay. I also have some leftover birthday cake. Okay. There you go. Yunosuke, da. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. Exclamation mark. He was taken to a hospital this morning.
What?
Well, when we entered Windybanks, a gun was fired and he took a bullet.
Ernie was shot?
No! No!
It's alright, it's alright. His life isn't in danger.
Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital?
He's at Saint Sinners. Saint Sinners. Sinners with a Y. I don't know how to spell it, but I'm gonna say it's. I'm gonna treat the Y as an I, and with two N's, it's Saint Sinners. They're attending to him there.
I must see him at once.
I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't.
Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed.
No, I mean nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see.
Oh, to operate? Oh, poor Hurley.
Injured Holmes. Sholmes, yeah. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windybank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. Iris, It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. Oh, it just froze.
After them! Go!
After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I let them get away. Iris,
I think that's a very good thing.
Sorry?
Well, if you see which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno.
Exclamation mark.
On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that.
Oh, Iris. Susato's situation.
Where's Susie, Bruno?
She's still at the police station.
Oh, why?
I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while.
Why aren't you there then?
Well, yeah, that's a good question, but at the same time I'm thinking, she's being questioned at the police station. She's gonna miss... She was summoned by Lord Strongheart. She's gonna miss the appointment, and he doesn't like when you're late. Even though if it's a murder case. Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Mrs. Otto stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, but they didn't get started until later.
Ah, I see.
Besides, one of us has to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early.
should have let me know and I would have come to the station.
Gina's arrest.
I don't understand why they arrested Gina. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were here at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects?
After all,
They shot Hurley dead, didn't they?
no, I mean, Mr. Shom isn't dead, Iris.
This is also horrible.
The thing is, Mr. Winterbank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he kept all the deposit articles. And the storeroom doors was locked from the inside.
You see?
But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well.
Oh no!
And according to the detective investigated afterwards...
Don't tell me there was no one else in the room.
Yes, exactly. How did you know?
It's the only explanation.
Yes, the only explanation indeed.
What do you mean by that, Renaud? Well?
What can I say? I'm damned if I agree, I'm damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's no much I can do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out how Mr. Shom and Gina are getting on.
I want to go too. Take me with you, Renaud.
Exclamation mark.
I can't stand just sitting around here waiting.
I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Horace. Perhaps you can help me?
Oh yes, I would love to.
Gina's at the prison. Mr. Shromes is probably in his hospital bed.
And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation.
Oh, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Irish would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Alright, let's go to the crime scene. Let's go to the pawn shop. A new location has been added. Okay, so my partner is now Iris instead of Susato. Interesting. So I got Saint Sinners Hospital, I got the prison, and I got the pawnbroker. What should we take care of first? I want to go to the pawnbroker, and then check on Sherlock after, and Gina then. All right. Or maybe it's gonna be a dead end. Gregson's not gonna let me in. Yeah, there's a policeman at the door. 16th of April, Windy Banks Pawnbrokery. Yeah, 2 officers. There's a broken dish on the floor. Some policemen are walking by. Another is observing something.
This is where it happened then last night.
That's right, the 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables.
But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance.
No, you're right about that, actually.
In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seems to be the ones doing the ransacking.
I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oi, I heard that! Gregson. Oh, Inspector, good morning.
I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the 2 rogues get away mine.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I thought you'd be assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't around police on duty.
Gregson,
Your ladyship! No one told me you would be coming.
I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see us the very best medical care. You hear me?
Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctor in the capital attending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Runa's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am. As you say. The gent in the back is totally blameless. Everyone is in agreement about that.
Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change.
Oh, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice?
Oh my god, he looks like he's simping over the girl. Why? That's creepy almost.
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you like some.
Oh, it's a thermos.
Lovely. Very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship.
Oh, I don't even recognize him like this. Alright, let's talk to Gregson, the investigation. So, how is the investigation going, Inspector?
Nothing to it, really. A really simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact.
Gina, you're going to charge her?
That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me.
Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid.
She has her goggles and she turns it on.
I see. You've already captured the pair of dogs who broke in here last night, have you?
What the?
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you?
How could you? Oh! How could you possibly know that?
I had a feeling, that's all.
Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you were arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you?
Well, yes, they were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat.
And Miss Lestrade is being held in the prison?
She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course.
Well, that's assuming. Because she's eating at the same time, so...
That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course.
Mr. Sholmes.
Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition?
Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard's matters are strictly confidential.
Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all.
Oh.
The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood.
Oh, no.
He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down.
Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know.
Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now, so they're gonna stop that bleeding.
But he will be all right, won't he? They'll be able to make him better.
Oh, of course, your ladyship. Here's me as right as rain before you know it.
Really? How do you know?
How do I know? Well, because, of course. Oh, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why.
We've better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again.
Oh dear, please don't die early.
I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater.
Her ladyship. What's this all about? I couldn't help noticing, Inspector.
What? Off with it, sunshine.
Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris.
Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper, and we don't go in for favoritism.
But he's right, you do treat us differently.
Gregson, ...
It's because of those adventures of Sherlock Holmes stories, that's why.
Oh.
Oh.
I cropped up in them, not I? Inspector Tobias Gregson.
Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's.
What did you write about the Inspector, Iris?
I don't remember, really.
Oh, it was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it.
Oh, did I read that?
And you know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled! Double, I tell you!
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, because everyone at the yards reads them. They all read the Sherlock Holmes stories. Dave even set up a fan club for me.
Oh, of course, that explains everything. It was around that time, that you became such a toady to me.
Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you and Holmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say he's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, huh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost worrying about it.
But that would never happen, Greg Z.
Every month, when the new Rats magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerve.
Oh, glop, 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 glop. Lovely, very much. That really hits the spot.
Teetotal.
Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruto.
Yes, what is it?
I've got an important message for you. I cleared and forgot about it until now.
An important message? I wonder what it could be. Important message. Let me take a sip. Because I owe 2 jugs. One for each tea sip.
All right.
Important message. Are you going to tell me that this important message is then, Inspector? Oh, are you going to tell me what this important message is? Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector?
Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant.
Oh, dear Susie, is she alright?
Oh, she's at the station.
Oh, she's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe.
No, not anymore. She had to head off.
Head off? Where?
To Lord Strongar's office, of course. He summoned her.
Ah, yes, of course. I forgot all about that. I haven't.
One of the whipstock took her there in the yard carriage after we'd finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey to go and meet her there.
Oh, she's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging services. Oh, that was Gregson.
She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging service.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector.
Why did Susie have to go to see the Lord Chief Justice?
She didn't tell me. But I better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Can we examine the crime scene? There's a broken piece of plate. Oh, I investigate thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. What?
Alright then, let's see what we can uncover.
Oi! What do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here.
Oh, but we were hoping to investigate.
Oh, this is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching.
What's the problem, Craigsy? Bruno's a lawyer, you know that.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. Ever so sorry. The rules and regulation are torn on my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruto was to have been properly appointed by the accused, that would be another matter.
You goofball need to quit eating all the crime scene. He doesn't have time. He works so much. He works so much for so long. He doesn't have time. He skips the meal, so he eats on the job. So that's why he always carries fish and chip in a cone. And he doesn't have time for tea. And like it's a godsend when Iris came here with her thermos with already warm tea. So yeah, of course. So, but I don't know why he carrying a teacup and a saucer, cause she carries her tea in the thermos of her own inventions. It's steampunk thermos, but I don't know why Gregson would carry a teacup and a saucer around his around his person. To be like that all the time. The accused.
If you could show me some representation paper, I'd be too happy to let you nose around.
Did you hear that, Bruno? You need Genie to sign those representation papers.
Looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Yeah, because usually that's how we go. When with Ace Attorney, we always go to the prison first. We talk to the defendant. Then we get represented. Then we can snoop around. So I was carried over by Iris saying, "Okay, we have to go. You have to go to the crime scene right away." But that was important intel that he gave us. But yeah, we're gonna go to the prison, then to the hospital, then go back here. All right. So we have no more business here. Let's go to a new location has been added. Oh, Lord Chief Justice office. The office of Lord Chief Justice, strong out in Britain, great capital city, London. Its grand stone architecture and the echoic tick of the bat cogwheels lands in an air of authority. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go see what's the deal with Susato first. Then the prison, then the hospital, then back at the crime scene. So we have a lot. 16th of April, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow.
Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal.
How so?
I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you?
Maybe it thinks it's the same about you. So, everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangement, I trust? Yes, thank you very much. Oh, it's Strongheart talking with Susato. There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart.
I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious.
Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in the preparation for your return to your homeland. Oh, I knew it! She was summoned home in Japan. She's gonna leave Naruhodo in England all alone. Rinosuke ... Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato-san! Oh! Exclamation mark. Pigeons.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
Rinosuke ... What was that all about? ... Susato ... Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's this all about? Why were you talking about Miss Susato's return to her homeland? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow? But what about Jeannie's trial?
You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Iris. Returning to our homeland. Mrs. Otto, what's all this about?
Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan.
Only you going back to Japan? Like nothing. Wait, did I miss something?
Your life here can continue just as it had.
That's not what I asked! Zato exclamation mark. What happened? Why are you leaving? Zato ...
It's my father. He's fallen ill.
Oh no!
Professor Mikotoba?
If I may,
Yes, sorry.
you must be the defendant. Rinosuke Naruhodo, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. We receive an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day.
Oh, I don't believe it.
As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo,
Takes about 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Suzato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. Suzato ...
I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning.
I can't believe this is happening. Gina Strahl.
So Gina's been charged? She'll have to appear in court?
Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the final of the trial has already been set for tomorrow.
No! Not even 24 hours later!
Gina. Ah, the distraught girl in the murder of the Baker Street pawnbrokers. Yes. An all too conspicuous case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut case.
It's not wasting time. Jeannie would never do something like that.
Strongheart, ... Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave. Now. Exclamation mark.
Of course, Lord Strongheart.
Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matter with which contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday?
Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday.
It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. I'm pretty sure they're related. I'm pretty sure this murder is related to what happened to McGilded. 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. Yusuke, there's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is... It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry. The girl currently had no representation.
But that's not fair. She may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused needed only sign the relevant paperwork and the defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you should do well to direct at Mrs. Strahd. You find out the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. Gina charged with murder, Susato-san about to leave. I wonder what would have happened if I would see Gina at prison before coming here. The cutscene would have been different, right? Susato ...
Come, Mr. Naruto. Horace, we must make haste.
But, Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do?
Susato ...
As Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can.
Thank you, Miss Susato. That's a very pensive look. ... If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Okay. I think I'm done here. I can no longer talk. So let's go to prison. Prison where Gina Strahd was being held pending full trial, blah, 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 blah. 16th of April, local prison, cell number 13. Well, well, well. Who guess who has VIP treatment? Cell number 13. Yeah, Gina's here with her black overcoat. Hello, Gina. They didn't take her grenade launcher with her?
Oh, you still have the grenade launcher earlier than I made.
Why didn't they take them off? Okay, those cops are very irresponsible. My God. They'll never learn. You know the reason why McGilded was got another not guilty verdict is because they allowed her to get into the court with a grenade launcher. Well, and she threw a smoke bomb during the trial, and they have to make an emergency 5-minute recess, which gave them the time to tamper with the evidence. And then that turns the case to a non-guilty verdict on our end. And somebody was not happy about this and locked McGilded into the omnibus and set the whole shit on fire. I wish he wouldn't point it at me at the time, though. Gina ... What are you here for?
Jeannie!
I have a feeling it's because of us that you ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Gina, exclamation mark. Well, you can't! Sorry? You get lost!
Don't be like that, JD. I know you didn't do it. You never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't.
You think you know me? Pull the other one.
Oh.
You ain't got a first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street.
That's how I get by.
And if I saw me chance, I'll sneak into a pawn shop at the end of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person who I am.
But Jeannie...
I'll be in court tomorrow, they say. Some call for me before I said and be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. Right, I told him to get stuff. Oh, I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one.
She couldn't be staring at me anymore, obviously, if she tried.
Why are you being like this, Jeannie?
Susato came in, ... That wouldn't happen. That would be a different cutscene if we go to prison before fetching Susato. So this is interesting. Maybe we would spare a trip. If we go to the prison first, maybe she would be stubborn and say no, and then try to convince Lord Chief of Justice. Okay, you were appointed. There's nothing you can say about it. Because I don't think they would allow... I don't think they would allow to represent yourself. Anyway. Ouch. That is one stern look from Susato is giving Gina. Yeah, she's giving him a stern look. Okay, we can talk to her. Legal representation. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away?
He wanted me to send you some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They're pinning on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do.
Oh, poor girl. Poor girl. No.
Why do you think that?
Because that's how it's always been for me growing up in the back slums, me whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, you'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. Well, that happened on me before and all. Been sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass, dead.
Gina. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could forget it.
GD! Don't you trust her now?
Nah, I don't. Iris exclamation mark. Look, I'll ask him nicely now. Just leave me alone. What happened? You'll tell us what happened, Gina. Last night at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through some storeroom. But the old bloke wanted in on me and you know the rest. Nah.
But why, Genie? Why would you do that?
Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work. And half the time you don't even get nothing.
Is that really why you broke into the place? Gina. What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else?
Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference.
Please tell us, Genie. We'll believe you whatever it is.
Believe me, don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to lies, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have.
What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies?
Gina. Unforgivable lies? What do you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us these unforgivable lies you told are? Maybe you can help. Gina.
Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now.
Genie, please.
Oh yeah. I want to give you this. Something to remember me by.
This is a picture of the cat in winter with a snowman. A photographic print of a really adorable cat. You found it at the pawn shop. Is it yours? I don't think it's yours to give.
I found this one in one of the pockets of his coat. Ain't no point in me having it.
I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in the pocket of that overcoat.
Gina.
Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye.
Oh, Genie.
The white cat photograph has entered into the court record. A photograph depicting a sweet little white cat obtained from Gina while interviewing her in the prison cell. Let's check the photo. Is there anything special?
This is an adorable little cat.
I think it looks a little like Wogahai. Yes, it does. Without the spots. I always thought that cats like to curl up inside under the heated kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cat are different. Can I turn it? Oh. Date deposit 13 February 9 p.m. Arctic deposit 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13 of April 9 p.m. Sign. I don't know what the Wheelie. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it.
13th of February, 9 p.m. Arctic deposit 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th of April, 9 p.m.
So this photographic print is a redemption ticket?
For an article that was deposited 2 days prior to the incident of the omnibus, it would seem.
Yes, a small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Wait. Is it Sherlock's? Is it Sherlock's box when they say that contained the manuscript? Then there's a stamp.
Perhaps it contains some valuable mementos?
One can't help wondering. Presumably Mr. McGill never redeemed this article in question since he still had the ticket. So, isn't it possible that the box is still present somewhere in the shop? Oh, yes! If it's something Mr. McGill deposited, we need to investigate. Pawnbroker's ticket. Box. Redemption ticket issued from the pawnbroker owned by the victim, Mr. Windebank, in the form of some handwritten note in the back of the photograph. The information has been updated to the court record. Okay, so let's see the stamp. In receipt of the above mentioned articles of articles. Mr. Windebanks appears to have used the back of his photograph to write out a redemption ticket, written very neatly, but still perhaps he ran out of paper so had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Okay, so it says Windebank, what's this? Redemption ticket. But it's in cursive, so it's not readable. Wheelie. Wheelie. I guess that's it. Alright, let's go to the hospital. The hospital where Mr. Sean was taken by having being shot. '16th of April, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. There's nobody on the bed. There's a chart at the feet of the bed. And so there's some curtains. And some commode, a cabinet, and
Hurley! Oh!
Mr. Shome is nowhere to be seen. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she?
Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home.
I'm not so sure about that, baby or not. There's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Shome suffered.
Oh dear, I do hope Mr. Shomes will be alright.
Hello, what are we here? This ward is off limit, no visiting, so what are you doing in here, huh? This is the Bobby.
Well, I have you now, we're Hurley's next of kin.
Eh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Our little lady and a curious Eastern pair. The great mystery solver has a mysterious family, eh? If that's all you see us, sure.
Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley?
I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation.
Extensive?
It has been several hours since he went in.
Oh my. Has there been some kind of problem?
Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is.
No!
I've heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. Oh, I see. Thank you, Constable.
Oh, poor Hurley.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes? What is it, Mr. Zato?
I hope you won't think me selfish, but do you think we could perhaps go to visit Gina? I just realized I won't have another opportunity to say farewell.
Oh, yes, of course. Zato-san may not see Gina again before she has to leave. We just got back from her. Why did you say then? We have to go. Oh, okay. That's how it is. I wish I knew what Suzato-san was thinking. Anyway, let's go back to the prison then. Okay, let's go back to the fucking prison. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, cutscene.
Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say.
What?
I'm sorry to say, I must reluctantly bid you farewell.
Eh? Farewell?
Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home to Japan. I fear we may never meet again.
Oh, right.
I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable.
Susie!
Well, none of my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them.
Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it?
It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you.
What is my fault?
Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they invested in you. Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be.
Gina exclamation mark.
What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it! By admitting one of your own untruths.
Gina
What about what you said before, Jeannie? You said something about unforgivable lies.
You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant.
No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magus McGilded was acquitted? The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is all about? Gina,
Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe.
Well, I kinda knew it. But it's okay. Will you tell us about it now?
Gina, da.
The trial 2 months ago.
Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff.
I knew it.
What sort of things did you lie about?
Dot.
I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth.
It was pitch black in that little cubby hole. I couldn't see a thing, and then... thud. I heard that loud thud, like someone's falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilded discovered you?
Yeah.
But that's so far that fits with the testimony.
He pulled me out from under the seat and sat next to me He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man.
But was he dead then? I don't see a knife.
There wasn't much light to see by, but when I look at me hands, I had the cove's blood all over them. I was so scared I couldn't even speak.
You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight.
Then Mr. McGilded started asking you a question, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat?
Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all.
What do you mean?
I mean, he threatened me.
Threaten you how?
He made me swear about what I've seen and what I heard. What I was gonna do after the coat was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scalp her before the coppers showed up.
So he was guilty. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. What you saw, what you heard after the event. So what you saw.
You said that Mr. McGilded made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you?
Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove in the floor. I felt out a little scream, so you couldn't help it. McGilded heard that and dragged me out by my arm, and that was when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer who had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny.
A disc?
Do you mean? Yeah, well, that's it. The one with the one with the D took off me at Windibanks. So the music box was there on the floor on the omnibus? Not for long. McGilded spotted straight away. He picked it up and smashed it and stuffed it inside his pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me I want to mutter a word of it to no one. What you heard? Because it was so dark under the seat of the cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footstep inside the cabin. Presumably that was Mr. McGilded getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh, because I could definitely make out the footstep of two people.
In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilded and the victim.
Mr. Thrice Fired Mason.
In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilded claimed he slept during the carriage ride.
But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it.
And your own testimony, Gina, supported this. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, well, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices.
What?
What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud.
That still tells us something. Mr. McGilded and the victim knew each other.
Gina da. So McGilded was lying as I suspected. After the event, I knew it wasn't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed.
Yes, you were quite right. The other passenger on the roof deck noticed you very quickly.
So when the cab came to a stop, McGilded told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two girls from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they're gone, McGilded asked me the driver to do him a favor. A favor?
Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit in the nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. Oh shit!
A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street?
Yup, you got it. It was Windybanks. The coachie snapped out the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGilded opened the box under the seat and let me get out of here. But not without condition. Without condition.
I see.
Mr. McGilded's condition. What were McGilded's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Gina ... Not telling a soul, not for anything, about what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah, this is the most important thing, he said.
I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hands. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? At all?
You asked me to go pop your weasel, right?
Aye, the fiend's taking me overcoat to deposit with the pawnbroker's hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. You understand?
What? You want me to have the ticket?
That's right. And I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang out to it until then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it.
Alright then.
And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop with the bag, so it is. And you have to extend the loan after the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old fiend would come along and buy it.
Huh? Oh, but I ain't got that kind of brass.
Here's £5. That should be enough.
Gina ...
Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny, you know. If you go against me...
Yeah, I get it.
Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I have no doubt.
The coppers?
Aye. They'll come asking you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it what we might say? And what is it that you don't? That you won't? ...
Okay, now they're planning what they're gonna say. Blah 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 blah. Alright. After we got over it all, I piked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He did the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the sea. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGilded planned it. and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. Susato ... Gina ... I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. Ryunosuke ... The thing is, he said it would make it. He said it would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with.
What a wicked man.
He knew everything went in the back slum. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together.
So you mean Mr. McGilded would have...
In a heartbeat. He would have had a lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where would he have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Gina ... Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. Favor? What? Sign the representation paper for tomorrow's trial. Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what?
Hurley's having a big operation right now, Jeannie.
Is it bad? Is it gonna be alright? Sholmes gonna be alright, right? Iris ... That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Gina ... Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign the bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it? Something like that. Mrs. Otto?
Yes, of course. I have the representation paper here.
Gina ... I don't need no one to stick up for me though. No YOLO of nothing.
Poor Jeannie. She seems so lonely.
Gina's representation paper has been entered into the court record. The paperwork signed by Gina to put me in charge of the defense. Showing this to Scotland Yard detectives gains us access to the crime scene. Alright, well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windybanks now.
Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Jeannie when we're done there.
Okay, so that's the plan. We finish everything, then we finish at the prison with our client. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation paper. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now, it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windybanks. Although something tells me he's not going to be happy about this. To be continued. Alright, so it's a part 4. Okay, there's a part 4 in the investigation. Do you want to save? Yes, we're gonna save. And this is where we're gonna stop. Because, yeah, it's been 5 hours. My voice is tired. I'm losing my I'm losing my accent, and yeah, I cannot keep up anymore. If I don't sound at every end of the stream, if I don't sound like Ryunosuke at the end of the stream, it means that my voice is tired, and I felt like I was losing it. So I cannot stream those things more than 6 hours of talking. No matter how much fluid I have. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna raid my friend Ready Player Gabe, who's actually playing Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, I think. Yeah. I haven't seen this game yet, and I'm curious about it. So, yes. So this is Demian Mascador signing off.